up. Alright, now let's refresh this, see if my stream is on here. So I can get it up in public. Yes, it is up. Alrighty. Oh, now you're gonna let me. You're still not gonna let me change it, huh? Reno, Oklahoma to Clarksville, Arkansas. Alright, now that one's live. I mean, now it's public, whatever. Now, if I can just get this damn Qualcomm unit to cooperate with me. May need to yeah, I think it's acting up. Let's go ahead and reset this. Call Omnitrax Tech Support.
Technical support. This call may be monitored for quality assurance purposes. Please listen to the complete menu as our menu options have recently changed to better direct you to the appropriate team.
Pour continuer en français, faites le 9.
I'm gonna memorize it because I have to do this every so often.
For automated mobile resets and services center locations, press 1. For U.S. mobile resets, press 1. For Canadian mobile, please provide the device number you would like to have reset. A request to reset this device has successfully been created. Confirmation number is
67299000000.
Alrighty, that's all I gotta do. Hey, welcome back, guys. Alright, apparently this Love's here is without power. I tried to go inside to use the restroom, get some food and all that. Yeah, no joy. The lights are all out and there are signs on the door saying closed because they have no power. Yeah, you swallow, so don't be mad. Alright, I'm gonna wait on this Qualcomm unit to reboot because it's gonna reboot. I just did the, if I don't know if you guys were listening by then, had to call Omnitrax to have the automated thing reset my unit. Yeah, I would know. Bitch. Alright. So whenever it's show you. The unit's acting up. It's like it won't be. It's kind of like froze up. I was trying to pull up the message. I was also trying to change my status. I couldn't do it. I was also trying to send a message earlier to let my DM know my PTA. Kept locking it. Froze up, and then it'd go back to the home screen, but not do much else. Raining pretty good here. Yeah, it's still raining here. I don't know if it's not really, I guess it is raining a little bit. Just a little drizzle, drizzle drops here. Not hard. Enough that it is, but, I don't know, enough to annoy me with my, like when I'm trying to walk and it's kind of going into my eyes and stuff, but that's about it. Hold the button down on the right. Oh, I've already sent in the tech support thing, so it'll be running in right. Yeah, so I figure it's gonna be. I think I'm gonna have rain all the way over there. So the left button. Yeah, it's well. Let's say I have OmniTrack's tech support on speed dial. Now it's just a matter of getting it to actually do the reset. And double check. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have rain all the way to Clarksville. GS Freight Incorporated. Yeah, I'd kind of like to. Where's he going? Well, I guess it's not a bad practice there. Hurricane crashes into Louisiana coast as a strong Category 2. Still hasn't even started to reboot yet. Okay, let's see. We got Oklahoma City. We're not that far from Oklahoma City. Of course, we're getting rained on. I mean, I'm only about 20 miles from downtown Oklahoma City. And I'll probably check Checotah. Okay, so apparently Jesse White calls it Checotah. But, I mean, it's pretty much the same thing. It's I'm a little more pronounced than how I pronounce the syllables than him. That's pretty much it. Alright, yep. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll definitely have some rain all the way there. I wouldn't even want to know what you call it. You butcher everything. There's Oklahoma City. I am a little bit west of Oklahoma City. And itchy. That's some nice rainfall coming down over there. And where I am going to is right there, Clarksville. Right where that heavy stuff is there. Not too bad. Could always use some of that in my neck of the woods. Get rid of them damn fires. But then again, most of those fires that are happening in Cali are because of lightning. Something going on with OmniTracks. I mean, it hasn't even rebooted yet. I'm not sure which button you're talking about, the left button, or it looks like herpes, whatever. Rained pretty good south of Springfield, been raining since Monday. Alright, now, well, it's getting old sitting here waiting on it. Maybe it'll reboot while I'm driving. I'm not going to keep sitting here waiting on this thing to finally decide to reboot. Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm already moving. I don't give a shit. Oh, it's finally it's just finally shutting down now. Yeah, I usually just call OmniTrack's tech support and do an over the phone automated reset, and it was just taking a while to actually process it apparently. Yeah. Well, that sounds like fun. Which shippers are you going to? I asked you earlier in the other stream and you didn't answer. Yeah, I've been on 12. Didn't that go over to what damn what's the hell that town called that I've been to for pickups? Natchez? Okay, that's not the same one I was thinking of. The one I have to look on the map. I forget what the hit town. But I usually, when there, the town that I'm thinking of, I usually went over there to pick up Lamb West and French fry loads. Yeah, Natchez or so, or Notches. I'm not really sure. That's Selah. You bet. It's good entertainment listening to you uh, try to pronounce a bunch of these places. Okay, yeah, that's over. That's over by Selah. It's kind of hard to butcher that one. Wenatchee. What? So Selah and Union Gap are down in like central Washington off of I-82. Then Wenatchee, you have to go all the way up to 90 and then go east on 90 and then up those highways up through Quincy to get up there. Are they okay? I guess if you're going to be taking 90, I guess if you're going to take 90 across once you're completely done loading, I guess it makes sense. I'm just always used to having to take 84 across, so it's like what on the channel right now. He's from Washington. He's saying that the first one they pronounced Natchez. Although yeah, again that's American talk there. Someone coming from someone named El Jefe, I would not expect to hear them pronounce it that way. It's, I would expect them to pronounce it the Spanish way as well. Yeah, it should be Nachos. Nachos. Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know Indian linguistic rules, so I don't know if they're anything like how closely they lie with Spanish. Yeah, but then, oh, yeah, it didn't work out so well. Okay. They're trying maybe a little bit too hard. No, I generally I hate whiskey. Yeah, Crown tastes like shit. I've had Crown and Coke before, Jack and Coke, whatever. It's like that's fucking nasty. You know it. You know it. Hooga. Yeah, you know me. I like rum, vodka, tequila, or yeah. Yeah. People call them the whites. Like like all my Long Island iced tea ingredients. Sure. Yeah. Okay. Um. Another new one. Andy 22, the Hyper Gamer. Welcome. You're saying that same thing on on the air just before I stopped for my break. Okay, so for people watching the stream, he's saying that I guess Trump is making some claim that once November 4th comes around, the virus goes bye bye. He's joking. You gotta keep in mind, Trump says a lot of tongue in cheek. Says that's can't really spend too much time looking at it when I'm trying to drive. So apologize if I get it wrong. Still, Andre, or I guess it's kind of like Andre. Uh, Mavi. Was there a run in here or something? I semi or to the pickup that was over there. Yeah, I'm going through now, so I gotta focus on that. That truck maybe lost control and ran into the rail, the wire guard wires there. So I could tell they were torn up, right about where that pickup was at. even get in the building because I had no power, so they closed up the place. Uh-oh. Come on, let me over. Let me over. Move your ass, you stupid minivan. Thank you. was in good shape on the eastbound side. There were a couple of slow spots on the westbound side, but my side should be okay. Short distance and then they split back off. Stockyard City. That'll be on the south side of the freeway. I'm going to go over here. As I'm on I-40. And I think I need this side for I-40. Some of those truckers there, when I got out of my truck and started walking to the building, were probably like tripping out on it. You wearing shorts in this weather? Shorts and a t-shirt? It's like 35 degrees right now. Yeah, I am. Good way to acclimatize to the cold weather, too. Weather and calm wind conditions. A lot of times I'm not in it for too long. If I'm gonna be hanging out in it, yeah, I'm gonna want to wear something warmer. It's supposed to slow down to a tropical storm speed by the time it gets up into your area. They'll probably even call it a post-tropical depression or something when it comes to you. Welcome, Logistics Man. I am driving a 2016 Peterbilt 579. And now I don't care about my mirrors being quote-unquote backward, as some people say. A lot of Pete's with these mirrors have them mounted the opposite, facing with the arms on the opposite side, but this is how it was when I got it, and it works great for my needs, so I'll keep it that way. Every once in a while I get someone saying, put your mirrors right, you dumbass. I'm like, why don't you not worry about how I have my mirrors? I have them mounted how I want them. Work great like they are. Alright, coming up on the 35 and 40 split, 35 northbound. From Texas up 35, right here is where it connects. And if you stay on 35 without merging onto 40, you end up on Interstate 235. It'll be a short distance here where 35 and 40 I-40 are together. I was a little premature what I said earlier. Because I was I-44 I had to cross first. Yeah, I-40 left 3 lanes. Yeah, it takes one to know one, Cody. Walkabout, Memorial Highway. Walkabout? The hell kind of name is that? Someone from Australia or something? I'm from Walkabout, Australia. Martin Luther King, got the petrol truck stop over here on my left, and then Checkers or whatever the hell that place is called over there across from it. This road's in a little more friendly for grip than San Antonio's are. But I definitely don't want to be having a hydroplane case when someone's next to me, or at all. Especially not with somebody next to me. Deer guard through these mirrors. When I'm in the Freightliners, you know, with their mirrors, I mean, I like the look of the Freightliner mirrors better, but they're not as they're not as good at seeing some of that, like other stuff. They're good at seeing what's on the side of you, but not any good at all at showing you what's in, on the front of your truck. For the most part, if my hood mirrors can actually hit something, then my deer guard can too. A little bit more to it than that, but yeah, well, I move over for that car that runs over. There was a car back here on my right. It was still by my trailer and he needed over, but his lane was in it, and yeah, I'll go ahead and move over because there was enough gap for me. Don't know what this car behind me was going to do anyway with the traffic. We got a 45 zone anyway, so piss off. You don't like it, don't speed. Southeast 15th Streets. Because this Dodge Magnum went over to the right side of their lane, I thought they were going to get off the freeway there. And I guess they changed their mind. the exit, not even a mile, not even half a mile up the road you could have used. Jackass. Alright, got Tinker Air Force Base right here to my right. Pronounce that damn word, Riscosi. Shit, I laugh all the time by the way Cody pronounces words or cities or names or whatever. Yeah, a name like that, I'll butcher it myself. Riscosi? Riscosi? Gigantic depot facility that airplanes get sent to for major overhaul repair. And actually, every periodic, regular intervals, they get sent there for major maintenance. They'll take all the flight controls off, all the landing gear off, all the engines off. There are airplanes on one of the KC-135s that I worked on. They even took the tail of the airplane off and did like major overhaul kind of work on all this stuff, or time change maintenance on the parts. That facility is freaking huge. It takes about 20 minutes to walk from one end of the building to the other. It's literally at least probably over a mile long. Here is 65. Probably just getting ready to get off the freeway and don't want to pass the truck. Let's see how many of them actually get off here. Anderson Road. truck is getting off. We're elected to try to pass a truck that when there's over 1 mile ahead, there's a pretty good chance that one of the lanes is going to be closed. Let's see what happens here. Is that coils or something? Where's the school thing that you're going? Yeah, Terry, I got a couple of articles that are queued up on my voice reader. I'll be playing them about exactly that with Justin Turner. We get to slower, like a lighter traffic condition here. I'll probably put some of the articles on and finish getting through the list that I have. Yeah, I've got 3 lanes here for at least a bit. Okay, I got over 200 miles, about 230 or so to go. So we're not ballpark. I got the left and Choctaw coming up here. I think it's Choctaw. Yeah, Choctaw Road coming up here. But McDonald's and their light is not on. Their fuel price light is not on, so they probably are without power as well. Yeah, I remember when I was listening to the game last night when I was still driving. I remember he was in the game until, I don't know, about the 6th or 7th inning or whatever it was, and or maybe a little bit later. And then I remember they pulled him and put, I think, Jock Peterson in his place. Okay, so Pilot, they have power, but Love's, I'm guessing, does not, because their sign is not lit. Maybe it's the Love's issue, like maybe it paid their electric bill or something. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I remember Charlie Snyder and Rick Monday, the Dodgers announcers, on the radio announcers, they were even wondering about it because he wasn't even in the dugout. It's normally when they just pull a player for like a pinch hitter or whatever, what they call it, platooning. Usually the player stays in the dugout, the one who's coming out. But he went inside and they thought maybe there was something going on, like an injury or something. Yeah. These both, I can tell that the pickup there is a flat tire. I don't know about the Altima. I'll move over if they're occupied or there's people near it, but if I think the car might be abandoned, or I'm not going to move over. But you put your four-ways on or hazard lights on if you're going to be over there. Well familiar with, and so we all get to know each other as a more of a friendship kind of releasing several new names today. Interesting. Need a job as a trucker. Let's see. You guys are. I guess Pakistanis. You guys are not too friendly with Indian people, though, if I remember right. But that's just the impression I get because your governments are, I think, always at odds with each other. But they shouldn't make assumptions like that about the citizens. But yeah, there's one or two people I know of who sometimes come on the channel who are from India. I don't know if I can think of any others who are from Pakistan. as a regular gas station just for cars, and then the trucks were an afterthought. After they had the car-only places, they started building some that were that kind of gas-and-go kind of places, or basically, as you might call it, for trucks. Well, they didn't have truck parking, but they had a fuel island for trucks. Then after that, they started picking up truck business. Then they started actually making, getting lots that were where they could accommodate truck parking as well. Yeah, tell us something we don't know there, Cody. Jackass. Blackhawk Casino, exit 186. I think I'm a little bit less than 160 miles out from the Arkansas line. State Route 102 southbound coming up here to Dale and Bethel Acres. Free hair wash, yeah. I just washed my hair. I even just got it cut. I don't want a hair wash. I got one earlier when I was trying to walk to that building that was not even open. I got another one on the way back. Grand Hotel and Casino. Oh, Lisa, there's a purple truck parked over there in their parking lot. Thought you're not supposed to get those hay bales wet. Or is that only because I guess they get mold on the bottom or something, I heard. Somebody told me that. I don't have any expertise whatsoever to speak of with farming, but somebody told me you're not really supposed to get hay wet after it's been built up. It's not a police unit, I hope. No. He's just resting by the trees. It was a Challenger, I think. Yes. I'm kind of driving right now. How do you show me unless you just post a video or take pictures or something? Okay, yeah, because I'm driving and streaming. I'm not gonna be looking at that. I bet you are. All right, love you too. What what exactly are they doing to your face? Okay, you know I'm not a makeup kind of guy, so I'm just gonna warn you because it sounds like you're getting all dolled up with makeup crap, and don't be surprised. Don't be surprised if you don't like the response you get. Oh my god, she's having a little bit of fun with a couple of her work friends, and I guess they're doing something to her face. Like it sounds like makeup, and I'm not into women who wear makeup. I mean, a little bit of makeup is okay at times, but I tend to like women who don't need makeup or don't wear makeup. So that's kind of why I was saying that to her. It's like, I'm a straight shooter. I mean, don't ask me how I like something and get mad because I'm being honest about it. It's like, if I warn you now, I'm not into makeup. And not to mention, when women who wear too much makeup, it's to me it's too it reads that they're too high maintenance, and I'm not into high maintenance women. Not to mention, it just seems a little more fake. And nothing against any women who might wear makeup, it's just not my cup of tea. There are guys out here who do like makeup on women, so don't be offended if you feel like I'm talking shit about your lifestyle. No, not at all. Just saying that's not my cup of tea. If it is your cup of tea, it's hey, enjoy it. There are guys out here who will eat that shit up. It's not me, not this guy. Alright, downtown Shawnee, Kickapoo streets. Jesse and Marge Simpson. That would be funny to see. I need to make a bet with Jesse, and to get him to lose, and then the bet would be he has to wear a Marge Simpson wig if he loses the bet. How's that? And then we'll get Diane to post it, post video of him in it on Facebook. Makeup is okay, but if it's like caked on and all that, it's too fake looking for me, and I'm not like you were saying, clown makeup. Sorry, if I wanted to spend time with a clown, I'd go to the circus. Been one more to look attractive to me. That's all I'm getting at. There are guys who, they're all into the makeup thing for whatever their reasons are. Like some of them think it's sexy or Trump supporter anyway, and not to mention he'd probably piss off a lot of you. Yeah, fuck you, you suck because you're a freaking MAGA supporter. You're racist and all this. And then you go, yeah, whatever. I really won't. Oh, really won't. You don't like it? Go eat shit. About 50 miles from here or something like that. Jesse, about where you guys live.
Replacement for Second Life for Newton. However, Mitchell Trubisky has been benched, and Nick Foles has some serious arm strength issues which limit Instagram team with Cam Newton.
Fast. I think you're going a little more than 70 miles an hour there, car. Looked like someone already smashed into the back of your car. Where's the rest of it? You got no trunk. Also, Nick Foles, he don't have any limiting you. I'm not understanding that. Alright, so if someone knows what's going on with those issues, let me know. I'm curious. Move on to the next article though.
Sounded the alarm about Northern California's wildfire risks, but little help arrived Los Angeles Times 3 hours ago. A destroyed homestead in the town of Berry Creek, Calif, which was devastated by the North Complex fire in early September. Brian Van Der Brugge times the warnings were there less than a year after the Camp Fire, 85 homes in Berry Creek, although sparsely populated, are even more vulnerable, the report warned. This is due to narrow, one-way in and out roads overgrown with heavy vegetation. September 8, 2 remote fires converged above the middle fork of the Feather River in Plumas County. Flames raced down the steep canyon walls and jumped the water, igniting a ferocious crown fire on the opposite side. The blaze rolled southwest like a wave, as canyon-funneled winds launched red-hot firebrands ahead of it, preheating its path. The fire overtook Berry Creek that night and killed Berry, said Bethune, 51. I wasn't as an act of near futility. Neighbors can be uninterested or too busy to help, she said. Municipal coffers may be empty, and accessing state or federal grant dollars is a Byzantine application process that sucks up any free time left after tending to work and family. California Department of Forestry and Fire Protection officials agree the process can take too long, but mill for a long time where we plan a project. And the project burns up before we can start it, said Callie Jane Deanda, executive director of the Butte County Fire Safe County. We continue to allow this to happen. City of way of life, residents say, although some acknowledge that the Camp Fire decimated the county's tax base. Reduce vegetation along Berry Creek's main roads, but the work was never completed because it was slowed down, in part, by California's environmental approval process, said U.S. Rep. Doug LaMalfa. R. Richvale forward around roadways and out of town. Even a 6-school break doesn't. Attempts to secure funding have been challenging, in part because of CAL FIRE's less than clear guided applicants some sense of how to. A current model isn't doing enough to help. A man and woman working at a taco stand in Victorville were robbed at gunpoint. It happened on October 23, 2020, at about 10:43 p.m. in the area of La Habra and Elevada roads. Sheriff's officials said 2 black males approached the taco stand and one started to place an order while the other stood by. Before completing the order, both men brandished handguns and demanded money from the register, stated Rodriguez. Both suspects fled on foot around the corner and possibly left the area in a dark-colored car, possibly an Infiniti. Deputies conducted a search of the area, however, no suspects were located. Earlier this year, on August 17, BBNG reported on a taco man that was robbed at the corner of La Mesa Road and Cantina Drive in Victorville. Sheriff's officials said 4 black males approached the taco vendor and brandished a handgun before taking the victim's phone and money. No arrests were made. Anyone with information is asked to call the Victorville Police Department at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 122 of 133. 20-year-old pedestrian killed Sunday night in Victorville. BBNG.com, yesterday. Victorville, Calif. BBNG.com. A vehicle while walking across the 14,000 block of 7th Street near East Sand Street. Christian was pronounced deceased at the scene. According to a sheriff's news release, a red Ford Explorer SUV and a light-colored car traveling on 7th Street collided with the pedestrian and the car fled the scene of the collision. The driver of the Ford Explorer remained at the scene and cooperated with investigators, stated the release. Deputies are continuing to investigate the cause of the collision. Anyone with information or who may have witnessed the collision is asked to contact Deputy C. DeCurel at the Victorville Police Station at 760-241-2911. To follow updates to this article and more, join our news group on Facebook with over 140,000 members, like our Facebook page, and follow us on Instagram and Twitter. Article 123 of 133. Boyfriend of woman who supposedly died after bathtub fall charged with murder 3 months later. MSN.com, yesterday. A North Carolina woman who died after supposedly hitting her head in a bathtub fall may have had a little help. A grand jury on Monday indicted John Tolson, 28, on charges of second-degree murder, 3 months after he called 911 to say that he had found girlfriend Leanne Fletcher unconscious in the bathtub and suspected she had slipped and hit her head while in the kitchen, after drinking. John Tolson and Leanne Fletcher. According to reports, Tolson called 911 at 9:25 a.m. on July 22. Paramedics arrived that morning, but the cops did not go inside at the time, Fletcher's cousin Tricia Cahoon told WTKR-TV, because the call had indicated a fall. The mother of two was rushed to a hospital, where she died 3 days later, on July 25, 3 days before her 39th birthday. When a private investigator hired by Fletcher's family did enter the Kitty Hawk, NC, residence with a camera, he filmed blood in several rooms, the Virginian pilot reported. It was on clothing, walls, doors and floors, according to a video of his visit that Cahoon posted on YouTube. Fletcher Cahoon due to blunt force trauma to the head, and indicated that foul play was possible. Police considered the boyfriend a person of interest from the get-go, they said. But they were holding off on any conclusions until the final autopsy report, the Virginian pilot reported in September. That report, released earlier this month, found that the mother of two had died from a blow to the head, the Virginian pilot reported on October 14. On Monday, Tolson was arrested, without incident, in Bangor, Maine, according to a statement from the office of 1st Judicial District Attorney Andrew Womble, obtained by the Outer Banks Voice. Cahoon said the family is not done fighting for justice for Fletcher, but that Tolson's arrest did put one phase behind them. Rather than being a cause for rejoicing, though, she told WTKR, now, I could actually mourn. Article 124 of 133. Justin Turner's positive COVID-19 test, celebration of black eye on MLB. They came so close. For 58 days, Major League Baseball avoided a positive coronavirus test among its hundreds of players. As the playoffs unfolded, the player pool shrank and its teams were shuffled into luxe isolation. The protocols and the logistics and the myriad sacrifices that went into staging this unprecedented season built a kind of momentum that made the whole operation seem invulnerable.
Yeah, exactly.
And so it was, almost to the last out. What could have been a well-earned coda to an emotionally wrenching season for MLB and its 2020 champions, the Los Angeles Dodgers, instead ended with a pair of gut punches, one of them self-inflicted. Unfortunate endpoint, Dodgers World Series win marred by Justin Turner's return to field for celebration. What we know, Justin Turner's positive coronavirus test and World Series Game 6. Rays, managers move to yank Blake Snell backfires. Dodgers third baseman Justin Turner's positive test for the coronavirus, resulting in his abrupt removal from Game 6 of the World Series after 7 innings, was a stunning development, given the relative isolation the players and their families have been in for most of the past month. Since the first week of October, the Dodgers have hardly budged from their 4,000-acre, suburban Dallas luxury accommodations, speaking glowingly of well-rounded continental breakfasts, team bonding moments, even Clayton Kershaw enjoying the surreal wake-up call of rotation mate Walker Buehler chipping golf balls outside his door. And still a key subtext of this season, can MLB, with its billions of dollars in resources and access to bottomless and rapidly processed COVID-19 tests, keep its players safe from the virus? Suffered an unsettling blow at the 11th hour. It's hard to imagine how Turner, who turned up with one inconclusive and one positive test in 24 hours, contracted the virus while quarantined with his wife and teammates in a highly secured environment. Hopefully, we will find out, because 9 months into this pandemic, we are still learning about this virus. If there was some greater good to MLB consuming more than 100,000 tests to get through 60 games in a postseason, it's that we could go to school on what worked and did not work as it shuttled its teams through a far less controlled environment than the NBA's unsullied slice of heaven in Orlando. Transparency is key. And that also includes a bit greater clarity on how and why Turner was allowed to leave a designated isolation room at Globe Life Field and join his teammates for the championship-clinching post-game celebration after his positive test was revealed. A handful of teammates and club president Andrew Friedman offered myriad and largely lame explanations for a jarring visual: Turner, sometimes masked, sometimes not, mugging for the team photo and hugging teammates. Friedman leaned on the fact that Turner was largely surrounded by teammates with whom he was quarantining or had been in contact with. The team will have multiple rounds of testing before leaving Texas. Yet, an on-field post-championship celebration is not a bubble. There are photographers and camera crews and league officials, not all of them locked down with the Dodgers. The threat of infecting a teammate or teammate's family member was real. What's more, there are millions of people watching on television, all having just learned of Turner's positive test, only to see him mingling and mugging. For the millions who have been locked down, distanced, unable to access testing or see loved ones, it was a galling image. Hey, the circumstances are terrible, especially for a franchise pillar. It's heartbreaking to ponder Turner stuck in isolation while his teammates celebrate the greatest professional achievement of their lives. But the more than 226,000 Americans killed by this virus, the many more with permanent damage and the psychological and economic ramifications of COVID-19 are far worse. This is a pandemic, not the last day of school, certainly not the time for adults to look the other way while the kids flout a few rules. Dodgers win first World Series title since 1988. NBA Union head on December start. I don't know what I think yet. Trevor Lawrence on possibly waiting for NFL. Who knows? Pausing college sports for election day, the right move. It's not like stars have never been deprived of a championship celebration. Since Davis was hospitalized with a lacerated kidney suffered in the early innings Game 4 of the 1990 World Series. His championship ring is just as shiny. It is weird to consider the season finally over, a year that began with an industry shutdown, followed by a labor fight, followed by dozens of positive COVID-19 tests during summer intake, and the devastating outbreaks suffered by the Miami Marlins and St. Louis Cardinals that threatened the season before it fully got off the ground. Significant mistakes were made. There were times it seemed Commissioner Rob Manfred, who said he's not a quitter, when the Cardinals' season teetered, would plow through to the finish regardless of decimated teams or the magnitude of the virus in the 27 markets that allowed MLB to play. But also, errors were corrected. Protocols were tightened. Staying safe became a symbol of being a good teammate, to the point the Cleveland Indians possibly cost themselves a division title when they punished 2 pitchers, and traded one, after they stepped out on the town. It felt like a lot of that good was betrayed in the waning moments before the league scattered for the offseason. If nothing else, it served as a reminder of what's in store in 2021. Baseball will be back. The coronavirus will be, too. Act accordingly. Article 125 of 133. The Good Doctor, The clip was captioned, #The Good Doctor Season 4 official trailer has arrived and we're already crying. Well, fans are already crying too, but mainly for their dearly departed Dr. Melendez. No Melendez, no good doctor, one fan wrote in the comments section. All we wanted was Melendez, but they gave us a bunch of new characters instead. Great, said another commenter. I can't believe I'm watching a new season without Melendez loudly crying, a third comment reads. For better or worse, the show must go on. And based in the trailer, this season is sure to be jam-packed with drama, heartache, and breathtaking moments. This content is imported from YouTube. You may be able to find the same content in another format, or you may be able to find more information at their website. From cast changes to the premiere date, here's everything you need to know before watching Season 4. What happened at the end of Season 3? So much. First of all, with Dr. Melendez's untimely passing came a bittersweet ending to his love story with Dr. Claire Brown, Antonia Thomas. In the final moments of his life, Claire professed her love for Dr. Melendez, and he replied, "I love you, too." And with those 4 simple words, our hearts were totally shattered. Melendez's moment wasn't the only surprise in the finale. Fans were also shocked when Dr. Lex Park Will-Yun Lee revealed plans to relocate to Phoenix to be closer to his son. The Season 3 close also answered another central, will they, won't they? Question, when Sean and Lee Paige Sparrow finally kissed and exchanged, "I love yous," in a dramatic, heart-tugging scene. When is the Season 4 release date? The Good Doctor's official Instagram feed recently revealed that the show will return on Monday, November 1, 2020. Finally, a reason to look forward to Mondays again. Will the entire cast return for Season 4? Obviously, Nicholas Gonzalez won't be returning as Dr. Melendez for Season 4. But that doesn't mean the show is going to gloss over his death. The trailer shows Antonia Thomas's Claire mourning Dr. Melendez's death and saying, "He changed me, and that's not going to go away." The clip also featured Will-Yun Lee as Dr. Park, so apparently he'll still be featured in some capacity despite his plans to leave town. It looks like the rest of his favorite stars will be returning, along with several friends. Brian Mark, and Dr. Jordan Allen, Bria Samine. What has the cast said about Season 4? Star Freddie Highmore has weighed in on Season 4, giving TV Insider a glimpse into Sean and Lee's future together. Their relationship is less about the emotional swings of early dating and instead about the more mature, complex highs and lows that arise over time, he said. In the same interview, executive producer David Shore shared some insight into how Claire, and Melendez's ex, chief of surgery Audrey Lim Christina Chong, are coping after the man they both loved died. It's going to be really interesting to see the friendship between these two people who have had challenges in life, being females of color who have probably been marginalized and underestimated, as well as having suffered a big parallel loss, David said. He also confirmed that Dr. Park hasn't left town just yet but noted that he's still planning to move. His plans, however, are stalled by the COVID-19 crisis. All in all, it looks like fans can expect another exciting season of The Good Doctor. We can't wait. Tierney McAfee. This content is created and maintained by a third party, and imported onto this page to help users provide their email addresses. You may be able to find more information about this and similar content at piano.io. Article 126 of 133. Cobra Kai finally revealed.
You know what's weird is, with that show, Freddie Highmore did, I can't remember what's her name, Claire, you know, the one who plays Claire, I think she's the one who works in the lab. Those two are both British. And so their normal drivers all have to basically, I mean, the aircraft's not airworthy, and then they have to basically try to make the aircraft airworthy by making it into a smaller aircraft, pretty much. Out of hardly anything, out of mostly nothing at all. And then they were gonna, and they'd have to fly on the wings of it, basically. Well, anyway, Hugh Laurie's in that movie, and in that movie, his character, he talks in his normal English accent. He doesn't talk like an American in that movie. He talks like a British person. I just find it fascinating that British actors are able to do American English accents so well. And it must take a lot of practice to be able to do that. Toward the equator, the less impacted by the less impacted the days are by basically the solstices. Yeah, I got summer and winter solstice. Those are basically the longest and shortest days of the year. You also got with the vernal equinox, something like that, or I'm trying to, I forget what exactly the description of the equinox is. So
finally revealed why Johnny and Allie broke up. Season 2 of Cobra Kai finally answered one of the oldest questions from the Karate Kid, why Allie Mills Elizabeth Shue broke up with Johnny Lawrence William Zabka. Multiple decades after the Karate Kid hit theaters and launched a franchise, Cobra Kai brought Johnny and Daniel LaRusso, Ralph Macchio back to continue their stories. Although Johnny was...
Alright, Matt, yes. I'll be sure to watch for the spot where you had your incident, but I don't know if I'm taking the same exit that you took. Because I usually get off at exit 55, what's that, US 64, or whatever that exit is, that US highway there. And I tend to stop at that little gas station, that little truck stop / gas station right there, right after you get off the freeway. I know most people go all out, take the other exit and go down to Lazy Earl's. I sometimes go up that way, but I almost never come down that way. Especially when I'm coming from the west, I always get off at exit 55, not 57. 55 is a shorter route, and it's a U.S. highway you turn south onto first, and then it's a state highway you turn left on. What's that, 204? Or I forget that highway number. And then, yeah, you take that highway down, and you just go straight down, and then on the right side will be Walmart, and a little bit further down on the left is Lazy Earl's. Literally right off the freeway there. It's like a, I don't know, Sinclair, I forget the name of that company. hearing something about the race getting moved to today.
Although Johnny was framed as the villain of The Karate Kid, the TV series has been praised for how it has put more focus on him and makes him a sympathetic character to root for. Through the first 2 seasons of Cobra Kai, viewers have watched as Johnny turns his life around from being a fired repairman to running his own dojo after relaunching Cobra Kai. While his rivalry with LaRusso returns, Johnny has also dealt with his son Robbie Tanner Buchanan training with LaRusso and the return of John Kreese Martin Coe. Cobra Kai has also delved into Johnny's past on multiple occasions. The show has revealed what his childhood was like and put a new perspective on LaRusso winning the All-Valley tournament. But, Cobra Kai is also responsible for explaining why Johnny and Ali broke up before The Karate Kid. Advertising. Related. Why Cobra Kai needs another All-Valley tournament. Ali played a pivotal role in The Karate Kid, as LaRusso's interest in her fueled Johnny's hatred of him. Ali and Johnny had only recently broken up when Daniel came to town, and even as Ali falls for Daniel instead, the movie never explains exactly what led to their split. It is insinuated that Johnny's general behavior played a part in it, but the exact details were revealed in Season 2. When Johnny spends time with his old Cobra Kai pals, he says that Ali broke up with him because he missed her birthday to hang out with them. That was apparently the last straw for Ali, as she broke up with Johnny shortly thereafter. Advertising. Cobra Kai's explanation for Johnny and Ali's breakup might have answered one of the looming questions from The Karate Kid, but it didn't provide any resolution for Johnny. He was clearly broken up about the split as a kid, which fueled his rivalry with Daniel. But, Cobra Kai shows that Johnny still isn't over it. He still has feelings for Ali, even as he pursued Carmen Diaz. The Season 2 finale even included Ali sending Johnny a friend request on Facebook, teasing that the old flames might be rekindled. The potential return of Ali in Cobra Kai Season 3 could provide a further explanation of the reasons why she broke up with Johnny. Missing her birthday likely isn't the only reason that she decided to end the relationship. If Ali and Johnny do meet up again after all these years, it would hardly be a surprise for Johnny to ask what else might have caused. Has revealed the mother of one had a breakdown, and has since checked her to connect with nature and read her Bible. After embarking hit her head on a tree, Strong said. For days, Cordier went while she searched for an alternative water source. Authorities were able to determine Cordier was in Zion after discovering the charge. Donations continued to roll in while she was still missing and soon amassed more than $12,000. I figured it was the most public way for everyone to see where the money was going. The donations were mostly personal friends and family, Strong told Spectrum. The family then organized its own independent search party, with the help of dozens of volunteers, and also made a website. Cordier's. In simple words, it's been absolutely so real. I never in a million years thought I'd have to experience something like this, Chambers said. It's been a very emotional experience. During an October 13th press conference, with Cordier having been missing for a week, Deputy Chief Ranger Andrew Fitzgerald offered a glimmer of hope to Courtier's family, telling them mild weather conditions had increased the chances she was still alive. While swaths of volunteers continued to scour the park, Courtier kept track of the passing days by marking a tree with a black Sharpie pen. Strong said that during the search, Courtier had spotted another person in the distance but later said she couldn't yell for help because she was so dehydrated. Courtier was eventually spotted by a mother and son on a hike, around half a mile away from where she had started the trek. They spotted the search. Strong, however, says the statement is inaccurate and that Courtier was actually in a bad way when she was found. It's just so blown out of proportion, Strong said to Today. When you think you're going to die and you see a ranger, she said she literally got like giddy inside because she knew she was going to see her daughter and her family, so you definitely have some adrenaline working for you at that point. She said her sister had to stop every 5 feet to rest as she made her way out of the park, with a ranger standing behind her to catch her in case she fell. She was very scared and traumatized, and she wanted to leave the park in my car with me and my husband and her daughter, and we drove her straight to the emergency room, so things have just been twisted. Courtier was later diagnosed with a concussion and was treated for foot injuries caused by the cold, as well as famine and dehydration, according to Strong. The 38-year-old has since checked herself into a mental wellness center in California to be treated for mental illness, where she remains. County Sheriff's Sergeant was quoted in a television interview suggesting that threads of Courtier's story didn't seem to add up. He said she couldn't have survived by drinking the water from the river where she was because it would have killed her, that she had no head injury like her family. The statements that the family is giving and the statements that the park is giving don't add up. Those are the types of questions I think everybody has. I think the place where that question can be answered is with her, he told ABC4.
Why do you guys do that crap?
He added that it's unlikely no one found her and that she didn't hear them as search parties looked for her, saying the teams who searched for her went above and beyond. They even had GPS tracks of every trail, every part where she might have gone. Understand, there's a lot of country up there. If you go off trail, it will be virtually impossible to find somebody unless they want to be found.
I'm gonna go ahead and stop real quick.
If she's by the Virgin River, she's down in the valley, not in the backcountry up in the plateaus and the peaks. She's in that main part of the canyon, which always has thousands of people walking up and down those trails. I'm sure people walk by yelling for her. Courtier's family members said Cashin's comments were damaging, as they claim she never drank the water. They say they've been forced to deactivate their social media accounts and change their numbers after becoming inundated with hate mail and comments claiming the entire ordeal was a hoax and a scam. The sheriff's sergeant has made it 10 times worse for Kaylee, Strong said. I've never even seen him or met him. This is someone who looked at some paperwork and looked at things on paper. He wasn't there. I think it might be easy to look at a few things on paper and make conclusions. He's taken something and blown it out of proportion and the attention has gone to him. The focus should actually be on the Rangers and search and rescue team. Strong told Spectrum the family delayed releasing some details purely because they were trying to put their lives back together before they let the public in. I think we just took our time to answer the questions because we were much more focused on getting her better, Strong said. We never said she drank the water. He made it look like there's a hole in the story and there wasn't. But a press release issued by the sheriff's office on Monday said that it stands behind the comments and observations made by Cashin. It was our finding that the investigative methods were consistent with sheriff's office investigative practices and no further action was recommended. The office also said it has received numerous tips that indicated the incident was possibly conceived and carried out as part of a plan to fraudulently generate money to a GoFundMe account for Courtier's recovery. However, it also stated, at this point in the investigation, there has been no evidence to support the theory that the incident was committed intentionally as an effort to achieve financial gain. Much of backlash against Courtier and her family has indeed been centered around the GoFundMe page. Strong said she wanted to set up the fundraiser for friends and family to donate. But as Courtier's story gained national notoriety, the GoFundMe grew. Strong said the funds raised would be used to reimburse the family and friends costs for the search, including hotel rooms, equipment, car rentals and food for the search party. The rest of would be put aside to help with courtiers' medical care. Strong is now offering as company's trust and safety team is reviewing the fundraiser and has reached out to the organizer for more information. They noted that the platform is protected by a guarantee that means donor funds are fully protected and eligible for a full refund if GoFundMe, law enforcement or a user finds funds are misused. Zion National Park is also finishing up its own investigative.
Alright, so man, that sounds like some bullshit going on there. I mean, it sounds like she was not in good shape. It sounds like it's fairly consistent with somebody who spent the entire time out there. Although 12 days, I think is how long she was gone. That's where I'm kind of wondering, how the hell did she go 12 days? I've heard of people going like 6 days or so, but 12? That's where I kind of wonder about it, but I mean, emaciated and dehydrated, sounds like somebody really was not in good shape there. That's pretty messed up there. People basically to ruin that family's life over some claim, some suggestion that it's a whole conspiracy theory or something. I mean, if it was a conspiracy, whatever, that's one. I mean, yeah, they legitimately should be criticized over that, shunned and all that. But come on, this doesn't really sound like that much of a bullshit story to me. It sounds, I mean, it didn't really sound too concerning to me. It sounds to me like no wonder only $50 has been requested to be refunded. 284 Ross Road. I got about, I want to say 50 miles to go to the Arkansas line. I don't remember what the last mile marker is in Oklahoma. I want to say it's 334 or so, but I can't remember. Alright, Highway 351 westbound, Muskogee Turnpike to Muskogee and Tulsa. Which also means I'm about into Weber's Falls. Falls, but I've been to this Loves a few times. I just forget what they have. This is the Burger King sign, but I can't tell if it's on. Change customers. I'll just go back over. I was about to say, turn your headlights off, and then I think he finally turned them off. Uh, 105 to go to Clarksville, and the is full.
I didn't make you too nervous there, hopefully.
I say, you gonna back up or what? Now you got your now you're in reverse. Not going in there at the greatest angle from what I can tell. I would reset, yeah. I wouldn't want to be diving in between two trucks with the trailer pointed the way it is. I think this is somebody with not so good backing skills. Yeah, I think he's trying to point the trailer in. It's warmed up, it's 49 degrees. The guy got out to look. to go over to the fuel island. Not going to be here long. I just want to get a drink and some food, but I don't know what the hell that noise is. It runs even, I think I hear it even when I'm not doing anything. I mean, even when I'm not moving the truck. When I come over here in front of this dead lady. The back of my trailer to go away from this guy. Now I have room to try to bring it over. Hopefully this guy knows I'm right here. Yeah, I saw him coming. I just don't know if he knew that I was here. On top of that, trying to figure out what this guy right here is trying to do. Alright, so according to Terry, I'm 105 miles away. It looks pretty consistent with what my shift meter. Come on, dude, you can't make that fucking turn? Be shocked if you couldn't actually make that turn without me going first. pickles on it anyway. It said no pickles and no tomatoes. I don't mind tomatoes, but usually tomatoes overwhelm the food itself that I want. I do diced tomatoes, I just don't like big thick slices of tomatoes. I like it to complement the food, not overwhelm it with texture. problem for me. I don't want to be behind him, but at the same time, I don't want to block the left lane. And speed back down into the 40s again because he's afraid to drive in this.
Article 128 of 133. Old Dominion sets record with 74.5% operating ratio, freightways.
Now that's
Less than
huge.
truckload LTL carrier Old Dominion Freight Line NASDAQ ODS set a new operating record during the third quarter of 2020, posting a 75% operating ratio OR. On Tuesday, the Thomasville, North Carolina-based company reported earnings per share of $1.71, 19 cents better than the consensus estimate and 34 cents better than the year-ago period. Link to full article, Old Dominion gearing up for robust 2021. The strength of our financial results reflects the remarkable recovery in the domestic economy as well as the continued execution of our long-term strategic plan that focuses on providing superior service at a fair price, said President and CEO Greg Gant. Demand for our industry-leading value proposition continues to improve, and we will continue to invest in the three key elements of our capacity: people, equipment and service centers that will support our ability to win market share over the long term. Consolidated revenue increased 1% year-over-year to $1.06 billion as tonnage increased 1.3% and revenue per hundredweight, or yield, dipped 0.6% on lower fuel surcharges. Excluding fuel surcharges, yield increased 2.6%. Tonnage turned positive on a year-over-year comparison in August. The record OR performance was due to improved pricing and declines in most expense lines, notably compensation and operating supplies. Our operating ratio improved to a new quarterly company record of 74.5% for the third quarter of 2020. We achieved this by continuing to improve our yields while also increasing the efficiency of our operations, continued Gant. Old Dominion will hold a conference call to discuss these results at 10 a.m. PDT. Stay tuned to FreightWaves for more coverage on Old Dominion's earnings report. Old Dominion's key performance indicators. Click for more FreightWaves articles by Todd Maiden. XPO closes less than truckload demand gap, Deutsche Bank says. Landstar eyes record in fourth quarter. Knight-Swift puts up the Q3 analysts were expecting. Tags. Company earnings less than truckload LTL tonnage Old Dominion freight line revenue per hundredweight. Article 129 of 133. Big changes may be coming to 401k, IRA and other retirement plans. Rob Berger Senior Contributor. Opinions expressed by Forbes contributors are their own. Personal finance. I write about building wealth and financial freedom. Share to face the house that would make significant changes to 401k, 403b IRAs and other retirement plans. From increasing the required minimum distribution (RMD) and catch-up contributions for millions of individuals. Ways and Means Committee Chairman Richard Neal D. Mass and Ranking Member Kevin Brady, our Texas Today introduced the Securing a Strong Retirement Act of 2020. Referred to as the Secure Act 2, it follows the Secure Act that was passed into law last year. Here are some of the key changes proposed in the legislation. Expanded automatic enrollment. Regulations have permitted employers to automatically enroll employees in retirement plans since 1998. Automatic enrollment, which employees can opt out of, has boosted employee participation, particularly for Black, Latinx, and lower-wage employees, according to the House Ways and Means Committee. One study even found that automatic enrollment nearly eliminated the racial gap in enrollment rates among employees. The Secure Act 2 would require 401k, 403b, and simple plans to automatically enroll employees once they are eligible to participate in the plan. The initial enrollment amount must be at least 3%, but no more than 10%. Each year thereafter the amount is increased by 1% until it reaches the 10% limit. Recommended for you. Joe Biden promises to add additional 401k retirement tax economy. IRS announces 2021 retirement plan contribution limits for 401ks and more. Increase in Savers Credit. The Savers Credit currently provides a credit of up to $1,000 for low and middle income individuals. The new legislation would simplify the rate structure by implementing a single rate of 50%. It would also increase the credit to $1,500 per person and increase the maximum income eligibility amount. RMD age increased to 75. The Secure Act generally increased the age when required minimum distributions (RMD) must be taken from 70.5 to 72. The Secure Act 2 would further increase the age when RMDs must begin to 75. The RMD would be waived for those with less than $100,000 in retirement plans and IRAs on December 31st of the year before they turn 75. IRA catch-up limit would rise. The current IRA catch-up limit allows those 50 or older to save an extra $1,000 a year in an IRA. Because the amount is not indexed to inflation, it never changes. Under the new law, the IRA catch-up contribution would be indexed to inflation beginning in 2022. 401k catch-up limits would rise. Those 50 or older can make catch-up contributions to workplace retirement plans. The current limits for 2020 are $6,500, except that the limit is $3,000 for simple plans. The legislation would increase these limits to $10,000, $5,000 for simple plans for individuals who are 60 or older. Student loan payments would qualify for matching contributions. Many employer retirement plans offer matching contributions. While the rules can vary from plan to plan, many match some level of from contributing to their employer's retirement plan and therefore taking advantage of the match. The legislation would change this. It would allow employers to make matching contributions under a 401k, 403b, or simple IRA based on qualified student loan payments. Thus, employees could receive matching contributions by repaying their student loans. Other retirement savings changes. The legislation provides for a number of other changes. Increases the credit for small employer pension plan startup costs increased. Eliminates additional barriers to multiple employer plans that help small businesses manage the cost of 403b plans. Offers additional tax credits to employers who, among other things, make military spouses eligible to participate in their retirement plans within 2 months of hire. Enables employers to offer small financial incentives to employees who contribute to a retirement plan. Eases the penalties for corrections of employee elective deferral failures. Removes certain limitations on qualified longevity annuity contracts (QLACs) that have prevented the growth of QLACs. Creates an online registry designed to make it easier for individuals to locate retirement savings from employers who have moved, changed names or merged with a different company. Follow me on Twitter or LinkedIn. Check out my website or some of my other work here. Rob Berger. Rob is a contributing editor for Forbes Advisor, host of the Financial Freedom Show, and the author of Retire Before Mom and Dad: The Simple Numbers Behind a Lifetime of. Read more. Rob is a contributing editor for Forbes Advisor, host of the Financial Freedom Show, and the author of Retire Before Mom and Dad: The Simple Numbers Behind a Lifetime of Financial Freedom. He graduated in 1992 from law school and has written about personal finance and investing since 2007. Read less. Print. Reprints and permissions. Article 130 of 133. World-class Jiu-jitsu competitor turns the tables on would-be robber. Kansas City, Mo. A circumflex Euro. A world-class Brazilian Jiu-jitsu competitor and coach thwarted a would-be robber as he walked home on Monday night. Police said the attempted robbery happened about 8:15 p.m. near 41st Street and Warwick Boulevard. Josh Henges said he was a block from his home. Advertisement. I felt someone behind me pull my shoulder. I've done judo my whole life, Henges said. When he turned around, he said a gun was pointed right at his head. He didn't know it at the time, but the weapon turned out to be a BB gun. He said he reacted with a foot sweep and rear naked choke. Was able to get control of the gun here, and then we wrestled back to right here, Henges said. Henges has a black belt in judo. He's coached and competed internationally. After he called 911, he did something unexpected. Was able to have a conversation with him while we were down, trying to get to know him a bit, he said. Henges said the 20-year-old suspect was remorseful. Young folks make mistakes, this shouldn't define, and I hope that it doesn't, Henges said. Henges spent helping others. He works at shelter helping at risk youth. Out of of this, it wouldn't be crazy that I would work with him whatever this record is and trying to figure out how to get him housed, employed, educated and all that. So I'm committed to seeing him succeed despite this, and just said. He said that he's forgiven the suspect and he said he will keep walking the neighborhood he loves. I mean, he's 20. He's got his whole life ahead. There's most of his entire life going forward and I really hope that it's going to be good, and just said. Police said that charges are expected soon. Article 131 of 133. Justin Turner was removed from World Series game due to positive COVID-19 test. The bandbox 50 meters. Follow. Tom Pennington, Getty Images. Los Angeles Dodgers third baseman Justin Turner was pulled from Tuesday night's World Series game after testing positive for COVID-19. The Dodgers went on to defeat the Tampa Bay Rays 3-1 to win the World Series, but Turner was not on the field when the final out was recorded. It's a bittersweet night for us, Commissioner Rob Manfred said during a post-game interview on Fox. We're glad to be done. I do think it's a great accomplishment for our players to get this season completed. But obviously we're concerned when any of our players test positive. We learned during the game that Justin was positive. Turner was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts before coming out of the game before the start of the 8th inning. He took to Twitter after the game to thank everyone for reaching out and said that he had no symptoms. Submit. However, Turner returned to the field roughly an hour after the conclusion of the game to celebrate with his teammates and take photos. He was seen both with and without his mask. Submit. ESPN's Jeff Passan reports that during the game Turner's test from Monday came back inconclusive, so his test from Tuesday was fast-tracked in the lab and came back positive. The league then informed the Dodgers, and the team removed him from the game and instructed him to isolate, according to Passan. Turner was the first player to test positive for COVID-19 since the postseason began. Follow me to see more articles like this. The bandbox follow.
You're in Pocahontas.
Article 132 of 133. Philadelphia sees more.
Yeah, Pocahontas, that's, I actually went to college there. Are you still on your way up to, let's see, was it Oregon or Washington? Yeah, I think you're on your way out that direction, if I remember right. pretty good chunk of miles there to cover from Pocatello to Tualatin, but I don't even know exactly where Tualatin is at in Oregon. Hey Charles, how you doing? Charles, anybody else just recently tuned in? I just got into Arkansas on I-40 from Oklahoma. So I'm in the Van Buren, Fort Smith area. Like, where's Jim Furman? He lives over here. Exiting at mile marker, or exit 55. I'm at the 2 right now, so 53 miles to go. I definitely won't have any fuel issues because I'm still at a quarter of a tank now, and I usually can do at least a good 100 miles on a quarter of a tank. Well, really, I'm probably lower on fuel than a quarter of a tank. Full tank I can usually do over 1,000, sometimes even like 12, 1,300. Depends on this here's a pretty load. It's coming at 77,700. Hi, Linda. Sleep well. I'm taking a little bit easy on these curves so I don't hydroplane. Yeah, Mother Nature trying to be nice after she shit on me with snow earlier. I got snowed on while I was parked over in Vega, Texas. Siloam Springs, exit 5. That, now. Yeah, that's Siloam. No, that's US 59 northbound. It goes right up into Siloam Springs. Siloam Springs is right off of US 412, right where the Oklahoma and Arkansas borders meet up. Or, at the border there, whatever. No, this is State Route 59. Yeah, and I just got my truck washed at our terminal last week, and yeah, it was kind of nice having a clean truck, and the snow kind of screwed that up. because it's bolt. It's usually at bolt pairs or something. What else? Done bolt pairs and then bolt something. And I can't remember what else I had there. Basically put this this water, basically this water cannon into your trailer, and then it just pours a bunch of water all into your. Yay! Got a bypass signal, and the way station's open too. Basically, now, Charles, you might be familiar with this. Some of the other people watching are not, so that's why I'm mentioning it. You know, so this cannon will shoot water into the trailer, and basically it'll fill. It'll start flooding the floor part of the trailer with to the point where all the product comes out and into this catch. Basically, this catch thing that goes into a conveyor belt, and then the conveyor belt puts all the product into these crate things. Yeah, these crates that they have, or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I don't wash my truck a hell of a lot either. I do sometimes, but extra cost on my end. So I mean, it's tax deductible, but usually I plan on paying 40, 50, 60 bucks a pop every time I do it. But sometimes I'll go and do it, but I try to. Alright, 10-mile marker. I'm 45 miles away from my exit. This guy, but I have two four-wheelers catching up fast in the other lane. Not waiting any longer. It's bullshit. You guys are speeding anyway. I-49 northbound. So at least a decent chance I might be back over this way to pick up my next load. Usually when we deliver to Clarksville, more often than not, we're going to either reload at the Tyson plant in Pottsville or the Tyson plant in Rogers, or both. already mentioned that I just got into Arkansas about 14 miles back. Wait, that's a state the obvious, isn't it? Oh, I'm guessing you're in Washington. the hell's going on here? And what it was a small wasp. It looks like, a lot of people would call it an ant, like a flying ant, but it's actually a wasp. Sorry, ants do not have stingers. Wasps do, and this one had a stinger, and basically when I brushed it, when I swiped it the second time, it got cut in half. How, I don't know, but it did. And both parts of it went down the front of my shirt, apparently, which I didn't realize. And one of the parts was, I think the head end of it was biting me in my chest area. And then the tail end of it was stinging me by the belly, right by my belly button. Like, what the hell? So I ended up getting it off me, and then, now I have allergic reactions to that kind of stuff, so when I got off base, I had to hurry up and get some Benadryl, and I think it was a good thing I did, because I was starting to feel a little bit of the symptoms of a reaction to it right after I got through getting my food. But man, Benadryl, not a good thing to be taking when you have flight line work to do after lunch. I had to go out to the C-141 flight line to go do some work out there. And I remember because the Benadryl, man, I was just wanting to sleep while I was having a hard time. Ended up being like we don't always need everybody on the job to actually be doing the work, and sometimes we'd all go out there as a group, and one or two people would do the actual work, and the other people would just kind of stand around, watch, or help, or train, or whatever else.
Philadelphia sees more protests and looting as authorities investigate Walter Wallace Jr. shooting, CNN. Philadelphia, CNN, protesters took to the streets and bands of looters broke into businesses for a second night after officers in Philadelphia shot and killed a black man who was holding a knife in an encounter that city officials say raises questions. One group marched peacefully for much of the night, chanting Walter Wallace Jr.'s name and saying, "Whose streets? Streets." But the turned violent near a police precinct when the large crowd encountered a handful of officers. Several people in the crowd threw rocks, light bulbs, or bricks at the police. One officer was injured, according to a CNN crew at the scene. There was looting by other groups of people in another part of the city, according to a police tweet and video from a CNN affiliate's helicopter. Aerial pictures from affiliate KYW showed people looting a Foot Locker and others emerging from a Walmart with televisions and other items. The Philadelphia Police Department is requesting that all residents in the 12, 16, 18, 19, 24, 25, and 26 districts remain indoors except when necessary, the city's Office of Emergency Management tweeted. These areas are experiencing widespread demonstrations that have turned violent with looting.
A cop here or something?
Read more. Monday's shooting of the 27-year-old Wallace, caught on cell phone, draws fresh attention to fatal use of force by police following months of protests over how officers treat black people. The shooting and violent protests, which left 30 officers injured, also sharpened the focus on the swing state of Pennsylvania a week before the presidential election. Anticipating further unrest, state and city officials had requested help from the Pennsylvania National Guard, which will be mobilizing several hundred members, according to spokesman Lieutenant Col. Keith Hickox. There were 91 arrests Monday. Mayor Jim Kenney said video of the shooting presents difficult questions that must be answered. Outrage over the shooting in West Philadelphia set off protests by demonstrators wanting to know why less lethal force wasn't used. But police said the officers were not equipped with tasers. Monday night saw violence and looting, leading to dozens of arrests and the officers' injuries, most the result of thrown objects. One officer was struck by a pickup and taken to the hospital with a broken leg and other injuries, police said. Businesses were looted, and 5 police vehicles and 1 fire vehicle were vandalized, police said. Police Commissioner Danielle Outlaw said 91 people were arrested during the unrest, including 11 on charges of assaulting police, 76 for burglary. Acting Commerce Director Sylvie Gallier-Howard said the city did not ask businesses to close early Tuesday, though some told officials they would do so voluntarily. The Philadelphia District Attorney's Office is investigating the shooting jointly with the police unit tasked with investigating officer-involved shootings. District Attorney Larry Krasner said he had watched the cell phone video and what he saw was concerning. I would have to agree with both the police commissioner and the mayor that it presents some very serious questions that need to be answered. Authorities said the officers were wearing body cameras. Footage has been reviewed by the mayor afternoon that she could not commit to releasing body camera footage in the next 48 to 72 hours, but added that she will be transparent as to what can be released and when. She said the officers involved did not have tasers. Union says officers did their jobs. Mayor Kenney and other leaders called for peace as they acknowledged the underlying source of the anger. Last night, we saw further evidence of the anguish of black and brown residents of our city who have struggled their entire lives under systemic racism, he said. Like Kenney, Outlaw acknowledged that the video raises many questions. She said she is fully committed to a complete investigation and that she felt the anger of the community when she visited the scene after the shooting. Both officers involved in the shooting are now on desk duty pending an investigation, according to a law enforcement source. The officers have spoken with investigators and are expected to continue to have dialogue as the investigation proceeds, the source said. The DA indicated his office has not interviewed them yet. The union that represents the officers defended them as doing their job, and asked the public for its patience as investigators gather details of what happened. What police say led up to the shooting. Police said the incident started with a call about a man with a knife, KYW reported. Responding officers witnessed a male on the block. Immediately they noticed he had a knife in his possession and he was brandishing it, and waving it erratically, Philadelphia Police SGT Eric Grip told KYW. Cell phone video recorded from inside a nearby vehicle captured the final moments of the confrontation. Wallace first can be seen walking around parked cars, crossing into the street from one side across to the other. A woman, who a family member and law enforcement source said was Wallace's mother, appears to be trying to intervene to help him as two male police officers in the street point their guns at him, the video shows. As Wallace comes around a parked car into the street, the two officers can be seen backing up as he walks towards them. One witness, Maurice Holloway, told KYW that he and others in the neighborhood had pleaded with Wallace to drop the knife and that he wishes the call to police didn't lead to the man's death. Shoot him in his leg, or not shoot him at all, Holloway said.
Another fucking
Jim
idiot.
Simpson, who took the video of the police shooting, told CNN there was some commotion and arguing before police were called.
Say about this one.
When police arrived at the man's house, Simpson said a person who he later was told was Wallace's mother told police that Wallace had mental health issues. Simpson said Wallace exited the house about 15 seconds later with a knife. Everybody around him, according to Simpson, was telling him to put the knife down. Simpson said he saw officers pull their guns as soon as they saw the knife. All I'm thinking in my head is, where the tasers at? Simpson told CNN. After the shooting, Simpson said everyone started yelling at the police officers, and more officers then came to the scene. Simpson said he is most bothered that Wallace was shot right in front of his mother. How would you feel? He asked. Wallace's uncle, Rodney Everett, 63, said his nephew was a good-natured person. I'm just disappointed that his life ended like it has. I don't think it's right. I don't think it's right at all. I don't think they did any justice, he said. Everett said his sister, Wallace's mother, is balled up in pain. We all are. But this right here, I know it's hurting her. I'm just disappointed. This has got to stop. Wallace was an aspiring rap artist, his family told CNN. Police union asks for patience during investigation. Fraternal Order of Police Lodge No. 5 President John McNesby defended the officers involved.
20 miles out.
Our police officers are being vilified for doing their job and keeping the community safe, after being confronted by a man with a knife. We support and defend these officers, as they too are traumatized by being involved in a fatal shooting, he said in a statement. We ask the public for its patience as investigators work to gather all the facts of this tragic incident in Philadelphia. Our thoughts and prayers are with these police officers who had to use lethal force to keep themselves and the community safe. Top city leaders vowed to stay in touch with Wallace's family as the investigation proceeds. I will continue to reach out to hear their concerns firsthand, and to answer their questions to the extent that I am able, Kenny, the mayor, said. I look forward to a speedy and transparent resolution for the sake of Mr. Wallace, his family, the officers, and for Philadelphia. Everyone involved will forever be impacted, said Outlaw, the police commissioner. I will be leaning on what the investigation gleans to answer the many unanswered questions that exist.
Everett will probably pull on
CNN's Mark Morales reported from Philadelphia, and CNN's Steve Almasi and Eric Levinson reported and wrote from Atlanta and New York, respectively. CNN's Christine Sever, Rob Frez, Paul P. Murphy, Myrna Al-Sharif, Christina Squelia, Ganesh Sethi and Meredith Edwards contributed to this report.
Maybe price you pay if you're going to be on drugs or alcohol and having a dangerous weapon in your hand, and you have the ability to kill somebody with it. And the person talking about they could have shot him in the leg. I was like, are you fucking stupid? It's like, does that person who said that have any clue what it's like to handle a gun or shoot a gun? Or shoot it accurately in that kind of a situation? Sorry, you're a fucking moron if you're gonna shoot. If you think that shooting at somebody's leg is going to be an effective means of it seems a lot easier than it really is. It's a lot harder to do in that kind of a situation than these people think. I'm like, okay, how about you don't tell the cops how to do their job? Get the armchair quarterback in the situation there. Let the subject matter experts on that deal with whether the cops acted appropriately or not. DA will review the case. The police department's higher ups will also review it. Everyone always thinks that agencies are crooked and that they're always at their job. And even if they did shoot him in the leg, okay, well, he might still have the knife in his hand, and then now what? How do you get the knife out of his hand, and how do you make it to where this guy with the knife in his hand is no longer a lethal threat to the police officers who are trying to get him under control? Sorry, easiest way to not get shot, don't do stupid shit like that. Don't go out in public with a knife in your hand and go menacing other people and threatening them or whatever. I don't know what. I'm not sure how the cops got called on this guy in the first place, but for something, they're showing an accident or doing something menacingly with it. I don't know, but well, they make a big deal just it's a black person who got shot to death by the cops, but never mind the fact that this guy was up to no good. I say, why would you need a knife out in public unless you're trying to do harm to others or use it in a threatening manner? Some people would say, yeah, but if it was a white person doing that same thing, it would have been a different result. No, not necessarily. You don't know that. You don't know the answer to that because every cop in every situation is different. You can even take the same cop at an early part of their career and then take them in like when they're experienced, like 10, 15 years of experience, and ask them, how would you handle this situation? And they'd probably give the same person probably give you two different answers just based on their experience or what kind of particularly what kind of grappling skills they have as well. Most of these officers don't have real grappling experience to speak of, and it's an important asset to ability to have. Is grappling skills. say you're not a police officer and you deal with somebody who has a knife on you, or who produces a knife, whatever. So, one really, you'd be surprised at how effective it can be dealing with a knife-wielding person. If you're wearing a belt, take your belt off, and now you have a force multiplier too. It's non-lethal, but you have more range with it, and particularly if you focus if you swing it specifically at the knife hand, maybe you knock the knife out of the person's hand, and what if it does, or what if they miss, or whatever, now they just full their force multiplier. if somebody leaving anytime soon. Lazy Earls, which is right by the DC. So they charge for parking, so I need to stay. Come on. There we go. Trying to slow down at the same time. I'm trying to figure out what gear I want to pick. Possibility of an opening, but I can't tell. And that dual container there is blocking my view of the parking area. Yeah, there's spots open over here. Alright. To pay for parking. How about I park by Hillfeed? Channels are sticking pretty far out, so if it's my power steering or something with my engine. This dumpster had me a little worried there. I'm less worried about these concerned about hitting the other trucks because I got plenty of room there, but I knew that dumpster was there now to watch it. Almost. Just a little bit late catching the trailer. I'm starting to point a little bit toward Helvig, enough to where I wasn't going to be able to chase it down quickly enough. So a little bit forward. A little bit forward, opposite direction. That's all it takes to fix that. Very simple fix. Might be my power steering that's making that weird noise. Because when I did my pre-trip earlier, I was also noticing because I usually do my pre-trip with the engine shut off first so I can check my fluid levels. All that makes because I can't really correct my coolant, engine oil, or whatever. The other stuff, clutch, and washer fluid, I can do anytime whether it's running or not, but engine oil and coolant you can't really check correctly unless the engine's shut off, and it's been shut off for at least a few minutes. So I did my walk around, my full pre-trip, whatever, and then I think when I started the truck, I started walking around doing my tires and all that, because I gotta check for air leaks back there on the trailer. But I also want to I want to thump the trailer tires before the air starts going back there. That way, if there are any tires with problems, I can find them before the trailer starts trying to put air to them. Because, yeah, we have the auto inflate system on all of our trailers, so we don't, yeah, you can't, I have most people do when they're doing their pre-trips is use a tire thumper. One of these, or something similar. Okay. I've even seen people use, like, sledgehammers or whatever, like, why would you do that? I mean, one of these is so easy to come by. They sell them at truck stops, and you can get a lot more accurate reading of what, you know, whether you need to put air in your tires with one of these. Your tires might sound like they're okay, but they could still be about 10 pounds too low, and next thing you know, you're getting premature tire wear. Okay, if you're a company driver, who gives a shit? But when you're when you have to pay for your own tires like I do, you know, it makes a difference. You don't want your tires running at the wrong pressure, because running at the wrong pressure is going to cause you 300 plus thousand miles before they have to be changed. So if you're finding that they're only lasting you about a year, which is, you know, I don't even run 150,000 miles a year. Now that's kind of an indication that you're there. Tire. I use this on my tractor tires because I don't have auto inflate on the tractor tires, but I can't use one of these on the trailer tires because the trailer has auto inflate, and so where this would normally go in, instead I have a hose going into there that automatically keeps the tire charged up to its intended pressure. So in that case, that's where I use the tire thumper. I don't recommend using a tire kind of driver. If you're going to truck all the time, would you want to be changing? You want to be sitting in a shop getting tires replaced that you don't need to get replaced? I wouldn't. I don't want to sit there and wait for whatever amount of time for that. Alright. Okay, so on a different note, it's kind of warm in here. A little bit. 54 degrees. Alright, so not many people online right now, so I think most of you guys already know what's going on. So I did my receiver, the Walmart distribution center in town, is only a couple miles down the road. All I do is go south on 64, make a, and then that goes, basically it'll go south and then run me right to the DC. No more than 2 or 3 miles away from here or something like that. But so I deliver there at 7:30 in the morning. I don't have a reload yet, and I don't have much for a clock to work with either. Show ya. I've got 3:44 left on my 70-hour clock. I'm only getting an hour and 46 minutes back tonight. So for the most part, I only have about 5 hours that I can work with on the 29th. Today's the 28th, I think, right? Yeah, 28th. So for the 29th, I'm only going to have about 5.5 hours, roughly, that I can work with. So I can roll into my tomorrow night recaps, which I get 908 back. I get, I think, like 3 days in a row of 908, 935, and 919. Those are decent. So decent recaps. I can work with those. So I know I'll get a reload tomorrow. I don't know what I'm doing yet, but I'm willing to bet I'll probably end up picking up over about 30 miles east of here in Pottsville, and or going up I-49 to Rogers to pick up a Tyson load at one or both of those two locations. So I don't know. Basically, I don't know when I'll be back online. I'll probably be back online sometime tomorrow, just to see how things go. Then again, like I said, when I do pickups and deliveries, I want to be able to have a more direct interaction with the recorded version, so I can post that kind of content for you. They take some work, and it's tedious and time consuming, but I want to be able to have videos like that where I can do recorded. I can interact with the dash cam instead of looking here but having recorded where the camera that I'm working with is looking at me, but I'm looking down at something else talking. So, I don't know. I might not be streaming live tomorrow. It depends on what's all going on. But I'll be working on having at least something to post, even if it's not a live video. I'll at least be working on. Whatever when I pick up, I'll have something like that in work. It won't happen right away. Please, whatever. Alright, James, sorry I haven't been on. I had to go to ER for a swollen lymph node in the groin. It's been steadily getting more painful. Put me on antiviral med to kill off a viral infection. Okay, now I have some personal experience with lymph node swelling. And that's kind of an odd place for a lymph node to swell. So it's something, I don't know. I don't think that's a common place because I remember I had Hodgkin's lymphoma myself. That's a form of lymph node cancer. And most of the time when you have, let's say that kind of, I don't want to alarm you, but, it helps that the more information you know, the less concerned you can be, basically, kind of like in investing. When you make stupid decisions when you have no idea what you're doing and you don't know anything, and you have no experience with anything. But when you actually know what's going on and actually know how things really work, and unnerving maybe to some people, but really downright terrifying. And then after you do it enough times, I kind of get used to it. But the more knowledge and experience you have, so that's what I'm getting at here. Hodgkin's lymphoma, though. Now, my case, it happened. It was in the neck. Originally, I had a lump right here on the right side of my neck, right here on the side. They didn't actually biopsy it, but they did take my right tonsil out because they thought that maybe that was causing the lymph node to swell, even though my right tonsil had that weird, it had kind of a weird, I don't know, like a wider pancake-looky kind of shape, whatever, to it for a long time before that lymph node ever popped up. And then he wanted to just pull the tonsil only and then see if the lymph node would go back down. If it doesn't go back down, then we'll go ahead and do the biopsy. But the lymph nodes went back down, but then not even 6 months later, I get 2 more lumps right here on the front of my neck. You can see that scar right there. I can feel it right there. There was one spot right there, and then another one right about somewhere right here where my finger's at. I had 2 enlarged lymph nodes there one morning when I was getting ready for work. It just popped up overnight, and I was thinking it was just a viral infection. So but I went to the doctor right away. And that same week, I went to the doctor and got referred to an ENT. And the ENT ended up wanting to do surgery right away. I'm like, whoa, it's a little bit faster, isn't it? And he didn't really, and he was not. He was kind of a beat around the bush kind of guy. You know, he's the kind where when I did find out it was malignant, he wouldn't actually tell me it was malignant, that it was cancer. He just said it was abnormal. And they couldn't determine if it was one type of Hodgkin's disease or a different type of non-Hodgkin's. It's all right. Yeah, if you're certain it's an infection, then it's not a. Yeah, it's then I'm just talking for no reason here. So I'm just saying. Yeah, lymph nodes. Yeah, if I want to watch for that. And my point here is, if it stays there for more than a month before it's gone, then now, yeah, I definitely want to be more concerned. But yeah, if the antibiotics actually work, or antiviral, or it was antiviral, or I would think antibiotics, but yeah, yeah. Normally, the antibiotics, take those, and if it goes away within a month, then you're good, because then it's confirmation that it's just a viral infection, or well, bacterial, if it's antibiotics. But antivirals, it's a lot of times you just have to. Viruses tend to be resistant to drugs, so. A lot of times all you can do with viruses treat the symptoms and then just let nature take its course, and your body will eventually fight it off if all goes well. Kind of that's what COVID-19 is, actually. It's a virus, and that's the problem. A lot of people can fight it off and others can't. And most of what they do is they just treat the symptoms. Now with Hodgkin's, though, most distinguishes the two from each other. Hodgkin's disease versus non-Hodgkin's. Alright, anyway, yeah, the neck, and then I think the armpit area, if I remember, like over here, or the upper torso by the armpit. Not this virus, personal virus. And then also, I want to say like the chest area is where it tends to start. Yeah, kind of. I want to say it's another spot where I've seen people talk about they're starting out. Don't really hear much about it starting down in the groin area, but I think it can. So anyway, yeah, I talked about Hodgkin's lymphoma and non-Hodgkin's lymphoma. Why they differ, how they differ is when they look at it on a microscope. And the Hodgkin cells, there are different types of Hodgkin's disease, and then there are different types of non-Hodgkin's. So all of the Hodgkin cells, or cancer cells, they have what's called, I think it's Reed-Sternberg cells. They have a distinctive feature to them that is present in Hodgkin's lymphoma cases, but not in non-Hodgkin's. So that's why they call it that. So. Yeah, that's something you can look up or read about if you want. Alright, so I think I up there on that subject. I've had two different types of cancer. The Hodgkin lymphoma and thyroid. Been or done that with that stuff. The worst part about it was not knowing what's going on. Like, hey, I don't know what this is, and I want to know quickly, and I want to know if I need to do something about it as fast as possible, or if it's something that'll nature will take its course and deal with. So, yeah, that was the most stressful and nerve-wracking part for me, was not having a clue, and then just like, hey, I want answers fast, and couldn't get them. Once I did find from the doctor, from the ENT, that it came back abnormal. I'm like, what the hell is that supposed to mean? It's like, you're telling me I have cancer? I told him point blank, don't bullshit with me. I asked him, are you telling me I have cancer then, or what? Like it's abnormal. Okay, don't bullshit with me. Like I said, is it cancer or not? It's abnormal. They're not sure yet. They think it's either Hodgkin's lymphoma, mixed cellularity type, or non-Hodgkin's, some other type, whatever. And the reason why there was confusion on it, because the type of Hodgkin's that I had, mixed cellularity type, it basically, when you look at it under a microscope, not so experienced lab tech or whatever, or whoever does the pathology on it, they might have a hard time telling if it's Hodgkin's or non-Hodgkin's because, the way it looks. But, yeah, they ended up having to take my sample over to UCLA. I think I want to say UCLA. Hodgkin's. I just knew that there were certain pro athletes I knew of who had it, like Mario Lemieux, NHL player. He used to play for the Pittsburgh Penguins. And there was someone else I remember also getting it. I don't remember who it was. But I knew they got it, but I didn't know shit about what it was about. I had no idea, like, how it's treated or anything like that. And down in as soon as the doctor told me that, it was abnormal, I didn't even know what kind it was yet. He was already, I'm going to refer you to the oncologist to get you started on chemotherapy and radiation treatments right away, or very as soon as possible. I'm like, and everybody hears these horror stories about chemotherapy, and there are people who go through it and they'd rather die than go through chemo. It can be that bad, but it depends on how bad your case is and what kind of drugs they use. And that was something else I learned too, is a lot of people don't know the difference between chemotherapy and radiation. Chemo is just chemical therapy. But there are different ways they give it. For me, I would just, every 2 weeks, I'd show up at the clinic. I didn't even go to the hospital. I went to a clinic, to an oncology office. The oncologist himself would, do, like, palpate all these areas, like where my lymph nodes and all that are, to make sure it's not spreading. And I'd have to do blood tests every single time. He definitely wanted to know my white blood cell count, red blood cell count, platelets, especially, whatever else. And because chemo drugs, they're designed to attack pretty much any cell that rapidly reproduces. Not just cancer cells, but even regular cells in your body that reproduce rapidly. So hair follicles, that's why most people lose hair. Or most types of chemo, the person will lose all their hair. And I mean literally all the hair. Eyebrow hair, head hair, facial hair, pubic hair, everywhere, all of your body hair, everywhere. It can fall out because the hair follicles themselves are rapid reproducers. And then your red blood cells, white blood cells, platelets, whatever, those are all rapid reproducers as well. So they all get attacked. Alright, anyway, I'm watching these four-wheelers coming in here, trying to figure out what they're up to. Alright. So anyway, so I had to go through a concoction, like 4 different drugs for that for like 4 months. And then I went through radiation, which basically it's like getting x-rayed. But it's not just like, like an x-ray, they just take a quick little picture. This one, I remember like they had this white mesh thing, the mask that they, when I first, before I even started doing the radiation treatments, they basically had to set it up. It's like this, it's almost like a mesh rag or something is what it feels like in a way at first. And then they'll wrap it around you, and then they'll clamp it down onto the table. And then and so it conforms to your face. And then once they have it set, like, once it's contoured to your face, at least in my case, because of where they had to zap me at, basically they did that, and then they took it off, and then they wait for it to set and dry, and what it does, it gets hard. It turns into this hard plastic, so every time I go in for a treatment, which was every day, every weekday, whatever, I would lay on the table, and then they'd put this thing over my face, and then they'd clamp the thing down onto the table, so like, can't move. And they set the table to the right height, so it's the right distance away from the X-ray machine. Well, there are different types of radiation treatments they give too. Like they have X-ray, gamma, I think, and then proton is another one. Yeah, this is all stuff I learned from when I went through that. And most of the time, I think it was like, I think just regular X-ray or gamma, whatever it was, rays that they used for like most of the treatments. And when they're doing it, this thing makes this sound. Like it's noisy, and then it sits. It'll do it for like they do it for about 30 seconds. At least in my case, 30 seconds, and then the treatment's done. Then you go home, and then come back and repeat. Wash, rinse, repeat, whatever, every day, doing that same thing for whatever number of treatments they want you to do. In my case, they wanted me to do 20 treatments. I think I did 17 of the X-ray, whatever, and then the last 3 or so they did what's called proton treatment, which is a more focused beam that only that it's kind of like an X-ray is a wider beam that covers an entire area. So basically the X-ray went, it would cover from all the way from here by my esophagus all the way to the other side of my neck, and from, I don't know if you can see it. I got a tattoo down here. I don't know if you can see it at all, though. Is that a little blue, kind of bluish looking tattoo down there? They put that on me to line my body up with the machine, so they're always getting me in the exact same spot every time. They'll line one corner up there, and then one corner up with the corner of their little, their thing there, and then that's how they know that it's in the right spot. But it'd get me every time. Some people have a hard time with radiation treatment because basically it gives them, you can have like a sunburn. Like someone I know, I met through this Hodgkin's, the Hodgkin's lymphoma support group that I'm on Facebook. Actually, she's the admin of that group too, and I think she started that group because she got it and wanted to basically was looking for like a lot of information, like support information about it, and got a whole big group of people, all with some kind of experience with it, get together talking about their stuff. That's where I learned a hell of a lot too, aside from reading about it on other like medical sites. So, but yeah, she, I think, said she got hers in the armpit area. That's how I know that's one of the common places, from her talking about that and other people in the group. And I remember her talking about how she had a really hard time with radiation because I guess her body reacted a lot more to it than what mine did. I think maybe because she's more fair-skinned than I am. And in the summertime, I turn really dark brown on the up in my upper body and arms and all that. So I don't know. Maybe my body was already more able to handle, at least in that part of my body. If I had the same thing going on, maybe on my torso or something, then yeah, I'd probably have a really bad reaction to it, like she did. But, yeah, that's kind of basically how that worked. And then even to this day, I have some problems with growing hair on this side of my body, my face and my face and hair, back. Yeah, and then they said there was a possibility I would permanently lose function of some of my salivary glands because they were getting hit as well. There's like 5 salivary glands, and like there was like 2 over here. Like I think 2 underneath your tongue on both sides. I think 2 more like where is it further back or something, and I think another one in the middle or something like that. And I think like 2 or 3 of mine were getting hit. And so he said, yeah, you might have like problems with dry mouth for the rest of your life if it, yeah, but or you might not. And thankfully, I didn't. Oh, I remember I got pictures somewhere that show how I think it might be on my Facebook. I don't know. I have to find them. Where it actually. It kind of reminds me of the movie Major League. You know, the Ricky Vaughn character was played by Charlie Sheen. If you guys have ever seen that movie. Yeah, it's a good, funny movie. But, Charlie Sheen, his character, his name is Ricky Vaughn. And he's given a nickname Veghead because his hair had like these zigzag kind of cut pattern on the sides of it. And... in a way, it kind of reminded me of that because mine, right here, all the way to basically my spine, coming on down, all that hair was gone. The rest of my hair, my head had hair on it. I never actually lost all my hair. I was supposed to, and it was real easy to lose my hair. So I could just pull my hair, like when I went through chemo, I could just pull my hair right out of my head like that, and it wouldn't hurt at all. Anyway, let's see what these guys are up to. There's that guy over there, kind of, I don't know, it just seemed like he's looking. Seemed like kind of a friendly thing, but, I mean, because the truck that just pulled up and there's a guy with a Mustang, looked like he's checking his tires and stuff, but the way he's kind of looking around kind of makes me wonder if he's up to something else. But you know, that could just be a little more hyper aware. I don't know. But anyway, yeah, it actually it looked like a square where like I was bald. Like if I had shaved myself from right around here, right below the ear, going across to my spine and then come right down, there was no hair at all there. And then if I didn't shave, which I had to shave because I was in the Air Force at the time, but when I didn't, say if I was on leave or whatever on the weekend, no hair at all would come out of my face or neck right here, but this side would grow like normal. For a bit, and then it finally got to where I started growing hair on that side again, but not quite as thick as as densely as what I would normally do on the left side. So yeah, it's real interesting stuff that goes on with that. All right. That's it. No, I didn't think that was. It almost looked like a Super T logo on that guy's truck, but it's not. And this guy's got a drive-in trailer with nothing on it, but he's got some kind of, maybe it's a Swift. I don't know. All right. Anyway, yeah, I think good time to wrap up. Like I say, I don't know what I'm doing next. Probably at least working on a recorded video of whatever pickup I do. I don't tend to do Walmart. I probably won't be doing a recording of the Walmart delivery because they're too routine. There's a lot of space, and too many of the places the Walmarts are kind of like the same setup and all that. So some other places are, that are just not everyday Walmart shit. I want to have that kind of stuff. Alright, you guys, so I'll see you guys later, tomorrow, the following day, I don't know. So, you guys all have a good night, and I'll see you guys soon, alright?